Why, hello there. I look a little bit blurry today. We'll fix that in just a second. I keep meaning to take a look at that. And then I forget about it. Are you good down here? Cranky. You're always cranky at the start. There we go. Okay. I think we're all right. Let's get... Oops. This out of here. Let's get that going. And then let's fix this really quick. There we go. That's better. Alrighty then. We got bugs to chase here. That's what we're gonna do. And we were looking at, okay, so I was thinking about different ways to set this up because we have the problem there's two different objects in here. But somebody was also saying, the guy with the K name that's crazy was saying that there's a form state, and I think I missed his message at the end there. I saw it after I had signed off because I was busy trying to think about what I wanted to do here. But I don't know that I've ever actually read the full form docs for Flutter. So let's take a look at that. Because maybe I'm using form incorrectly. It's entirely possible that there's a skill issue at foot here. Taking the form state, okay. And we know that there is some form state because that's what we use to validate. Okay. I don't know that I want to save, but reset is interesting. Interesting, okay. So... I don't know how that's going to play because we use some custom widgets. We'll have to look at that. So they get a validator, but they don't have... Interesting, okay. Okay then. That's that is reminiscent of the old times and the jokes they told. Okay, so this doesn't really tell us a ton. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Been banned twice already for that? I mean, it's not that edgy or awful. Like, it's a silly pun. Alright, so this isn't really showing us much more, telling us much more about this. What is the state? Like, what does save actually do? So it saves every field, but do we have to look in like a text form field to know what a save call does? Maybe? Because it would be really nice to eliminate a lot of this stuff. On changed, we save. What does that actually do? I feel like this is probably why I went off and started doing my own thing, because it doesn't talk about it in the docs. And I may have just done a ton of extra work. Ba 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 ba. Right now I'm chasing bugs in the status effect editor for a mud server engine, etc. Let's see what they got to say over here. Okay, we're save in here. Okay, so on saved. Ugh. Okay. I think I understand now. We should probably read the rest just to be sure, though. And I don't know if this is going to fix our bug, but it is probably the more correct way to go about this. So unfortunately, it's refactor time. We're gonna take this out just because it's not gonna be relevant in a minute, maybe. The problem here. So you take... we're going to leave that in for a second. You take a... the effect, the controllers, and then the on save and on delete. And that... Okay. So my question becomes... The, does changing this actually manipulate the data underneath or not? And I'm hoping not, because we don't want that behavior. We want the rollback to be a thing. And we want to pre-populate these with the current state of the data. And here they're doing a more traditional form where they're just empty fields, but... let's just see where we get to here. We need that still. We're going to leave that in there for just a second. Leave that in. Leave that in for a second. This is going to go away, if I understand correctly what's going on. To be replaced by... what is provided to the widget. Do I still need to make these late? I don't think I do. Because we set them... Oop. It's the wrong button. Widget can't be... Oh, that's why they were late. I see. Okay, so we do need to have them be late still. Save that so it formats for us. And I don't need this anymore, I think. This I still need without that. Okay. That goes over there. On changed, let's see here, there was... Where was it? It was in the... It's in the example here, I think. Form of primary focus context. Let's see. I think this becomes this, if I'm not mistaken. No? This has a build context as opposed to... Okay, so in this doc, it does have... Okay, so you use a different context? What? Because this is the current state, as we know it and have been using it for validation. Okay. The plot thickens. So they're saying in here that we use... where did it go? Current state. Nope, I'm in the wrong... Where did it go? It was up here, I think. Form of primary focus context. So, can I do that instead of the primary focus? No, because that's that. Okay. I'm just worried about focus being in the other window in the map, because it all uses forms. Context. Save. Okay. Let's rebuild there. Oh, duh. Maybe I should have left that. That's okay. We can fix these up really quick. and then just test the very first. Actually, replace all. And then this, if I'm not mistaken, my reset fields needs to go away. These other ones may or may not. This becomes reset. Let's find out if that's correct or not. So, status effects, one of them doesn't matter. So, we changed, I just want to make sure I'm testing correctly here. We changed the name field, right? Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Eventually, I need to get some bitty bits, goalie things going. Legendary status? I don't know about that. You get bit leader status. Okay, so name control. Yeah, so we did test, or test the changes on the name. So if I do that, my unsafe changes still works, right? If I go away and come back, oh, okay, it does go away. And also, if I hit my reset button, form of was called with a context that does not contain a form widget. Except, see, I was worried about that. Context is not contained. So can I just do the regular context here? It's weird that it works, but also errors. Oop. Nope. That's very upset. It's weird that this doesn't live there. Current state. Oh, okay, so it lives on current state. Does that fix our error? So far, so good. And if I go away and come back, it clears that. Nothing has been changed. And then if I apply a change, we should see it reflected in here. But I didn't. Because I need to... Where's my save button? Right here, apply. This lost the... So here's the problem, is I had to hand this back up. To the on save. Why is it that I had to hand you back? I'll have to do that for sure for the map editor. If we correct this form, because this lives in a different widget. So here I would have to do... But I can't. Okay, yeah. So this is architected in a way that makes this difficult. I would need to... Well, is there any reason I can't just grab that out of it? I wouldn't think so. We probably want to break that out into a function, but if I change that, I hit apply, then that still happens. That's broken. Oh, it's broken because of that, which is already broken. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and convert this over to do the correct things. ID doesn't change, so that's fine. That can stay the same. We should create a new one when we create a new. That's why it has to have an on save, because this actually has the data and it passes in the things. Okay, so we're gonna replace our on change stuff here. I'm not gonna need value. I think I'm basically doing the same thing. I was just doing it manually. And that's not going to work, though. Is there a... Would be the correct place, I think. Is that... No. That loses that. So how do I... put a form in a checkbox, or a checkbox in a form correctly? Make a class that extends form field. I don't want to do that. I just want to use the widgets that exist. Dang it. Form field widget. Okay. Like, it seems absurd to write your own checkbox when no one's provided. We're not really worried about validating this one. You're allowed to be either or. So what they're saying is form field bool. Where did it go? There it is. And it has a builder. Let's go ahead and make sure we close this correctly really quick. Builder, which has a state, which is probably a form state? Maybe? Return that. And then that becomes that. That goes in there. That's there. That's there. That's there. I believe that should be correct, but this form field builder bool. So what are you? Form field state. Not form state. Specifically, form field state bool. So, and then let's see here. They on change, they set state. So we would have to split off. We still need to save this into a variable. So we would have to, let's put it after this, because it's kind of a mess up there, but like, we need a bool. We need to say, which field is this? This is the stacks with self. So we can say stacks with self value is, this will have to be late. That, right? And then stacks with self value. You can just use the value that this that can't be null, but it is. Why would that be null? All right, you can only be null if tri-state is true. Okay, so it can't be null in our case because we're not tri-state. Oh, right. Yeah. There was. I remember reading about that. It can be true, false, or null if you set it to tri-state for whatever reason. Okay. I'm less confident about that one, so let's go ahead and just test him really quick. Let's actually fix that really fast. There we go. If I do that, reset doesn't put it back. I feel like this is pretty pretty big oversight in the Flutter world here. And I feel like it's been a while since I wrote this. It was early days of learning Dart and Flutter, but I feel like we kind of started running into problems like these, which is what led to making the copy of the data to work on, because it just became easier to handle the state ourselves rather than to muddle through this. All right, let's take a look at the checkbox Flutter docs. That's just basic Flutter checkbox stuff. Error state. List tile. Radio slider. Hmm. Let me double check what they were saying over here. Maybe I missed something. I didn't read all of it. Okay. So they put it inside of the form field. It has a builder. The set state goes in there. Has their text validator. Yeah, nothing about the resetting. I wonder if the form field widget tells us things. Maintains the current state of the form field. And we saved the change on the set state. There is an on reset though. Maybe we need to implement that since it's a kind of a more generic widget. Okay, am I right? I'm still in the builder there. Am I crazy? On saved and on reset. Oh, there it is. It just wasn't coming up. Okay, so on reset has... I have gone blind. On changed. Just looking at you. Where did you go? Oh, I'm in checkbox. Duh. On reset. Okay, so there's no arguments here. So we just do... Oh, I forgot that. There we go. Because the effect can't be null. Okay. So if we do that... then we get that. And it doesn't fix that, but we'll get there. Okay. So having the generic form field here is going to help us a lot. See, I thought we didn't have to write our whole own checkbox. Hello, how are you doing? Doing all right? How are you doing there, Mr. Cresso? I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Let's see here. So that's on reset for that guy. Okay, so then we can do the same thing here. We need to stacks with other. We need to save him into his own. Oop. Oh my gosh, I can't type today. Stacks with other. Hunting my own demons. Okay. We talking like a System D daemon? Little Linux joke, you know. You know how we do. Boop, 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 boop. Where did you go? Description. Stacks with other. Here we go. So you start out with stacks with other value. On our set state, we say stacks with other value equals value, which can't be null because it's not a tri-state. We set our unsaved changes. You know, just trying to compile same code base for 6502 Linux and Plan 9. Gotcha. Not familiar with Plan 9. Or 6502, actually. But that's why I'm using Flutter and Go and other things that just natively cross-compile to everything that I care about. Okay, so stacks with other value is that, and then we do form key, current state, save, and that sets unsaved changes. That's fine. 6502 is a CPU used in Commodore 64, Apple II, and such. Oh. Are you building for that, the new Commodores? It was Commodore, right? I think somebody bought them, like a YouTube guy bought them. That was a retro channel, bought the company, and they're making them again. Plan 9 is the successor to Unix from Bell Labs. Okay, that rings a bell. Pun not intended in that case, but I'll take it. And then here, outside of that, why am I in a row? Because it needs to stretch, that's why. We need to wrap you, though. And we put you outside of just the checkbox here, so we'll do the same here. Builder form field state, which is a bool state, like so. I think I can actually make this a little bit nicer too, but we'll do that in just a second. Not that one, this one. There. This needs a return now. So theoretically, I should be able to call state here. Right? Apparently I'm missing... something here, or I have too many of something. That's my unchanged. That's checkbox. That's my form field. Am I a dev for work? I used to be, then I got laid off. That's my padding. That's it. I think there's one too many there. No? Hang on. That closes that. No, right? That's what I said. Table cell padding. There's my close for that list. There's my close for table row. What has gone wrong here? I feel like it has inserted something extra along the way. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why would that be there? That should be there. Okay. What do I do now? I do this now. And I look for jobs. I'm trying to find something. I had a temporary job, but it wasn't paying the bills. Like, I was consistently like $100 or $200 into savings every month without spending like any money at all on anything. And I didn't like the work, and I didn't like the people I worked with for the most part. So I quit, and I was like, all right, I'll spend my time looking for something better and streaming more. I'm trying to build a simple RPG for a forgotten XU computer. Gotcha, okay. Interesting. Okay, so we've got our on reset. We've got our on changed. We've got our fieldy field guy. I think we're good there. Oh wait, no. I was looking at the wrong one. I need on reset in here. That's what I was doing. On reset. We do. Stacks with other value is equal to the widget. Widget. Can't type today. The effect stacks with other value. We just reset you to what you came in with. Yeah, I'm sorry, it sucks. Just about everyone's looking for work. Yeah, me too. And all people are talking about it. No one at the government level seems to be taking serious note. Even the media aren't really discussing it. Kind of. Like, the media have been talking about the layoffs, right? Like, Amazon just did another big round. But yeah, people aren't addressing the elephant in the room so much. You know, there's been some coverage of work visas and offshoring. So that's been talked about a little bit, but yeah, you're right. It hasn't really been highlighted as the issue that it is. It's deeply disappointing as well. And I got to figure out what I want to do. Yeah. What's going to happen is everybody's going to, have to eventually admit that we've been in a recession, even if it's not technically whatever that means, um, by all the rules according to the numbers. They're going to have to admit it. They're going to say, well, how could this have happened? And then in like the next administration that comes in is going to say, and I don't want to talk politics, but like that's just what's going to happen in the world, right? The next people that come in are going to say the numbers were all wrong. It was mishandled. Everybody is bad on the other side, the other team, That's just the way the world go. And everybody that lived through the period and was laid off is going to go, yeah, no shit. Just a constant blame game. Exactly. Yeah. 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 I want to try to figure out, like, in the short term, finding a job that would pay the bills would be good. Because I'm burning savings, right? But I want to figure out a way to get off the crazy train and just be self-employed. I would love to just stream and make things and be happy, and not worry about it. And we don't care who's to blame. We just want it fixed. Yeah, exactly, right? Blame after, fix first. Ugh, what a mess. Okay, so we're gonna postpone drop down modifier stuff. We're gonna fix the rest of this really quick first. Oh, maybe I can't, because these are all so weird. Maybe we just eat the frog first. Okay, so hmm. What did you used to do for work? The way I see it from EU, big tech is replacing local high-paying workers with H-1B cheaper workers. There's offshoring that's happening pretty big. Like, um, Microsoft, Amazon, and I think Google have all announced big expansions in India, right? And like, no shade to the Indians and all that. It's a cheaper labor market, right? Um, but at the same time, they're laying people off here. It's very clear that that's what they're doing. Which, I mean, okay, sure, you can do that, but like, people need jobs still. Not offshoring, Amazon laid off 14,000 workers and applied for 12,000 H-1B visas. Well, there's that too. Yeah. It's a double-edged or a double-pronged problem for the job market here, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to. Ugh, there's both. What would you would actually be a string underneath the hood. Um, we're gonna have the same problem that we did before, which is that we have to build the second drop down here. AI is just an excuse. Yes. But it's just an excuse, but it's also part of the reason, right? Like they're burning money to try to make AI a thing. Um and it's they're making cuts elsewhere to not go broke, basically. So like it's an excuse that they say, well, we're laying people off because AI it's doing all the work. It's not, but um it's also kind of the cause at the same some of the cause at the same time. Let's see here. In fact, that's the place I worked at when I got laid off decided that their interns in AI could do the job of all of us expensive developers that knew what we were doing. So they laid all three of us off because we were teeny tiny shop. Um, and they kept the interns. And one of the guys is back doing contract work for them, but he has like family connections in the business, so like it makes sense that he got to come back as a contractor, but less less cushy for sure. But he said that like he sits in stand-ups with the guys and they spend weeks saying, well, I don't know, the AI hasn't given me an answer that works yet or something like that. But whatever. It wasn't a great job anyway. The tech market has sucked for 5 years. In terms of the AI, sounds like a good plan. What could possibly go wrong, right? Okay, so you're actually going to be a string, but that's not going to say or fix the problem that we need to build this guy. So what we need to do is kind of what I was thinking. I hope. We need a. It's going to be an object controller because that's our base class. Um, it's the property to modify controller. But we have two things that it could be. It can either be a skill or an attribute that it modifies. We need to figure out which one. A using package, Flutter form builder, Flutter form builder, Dart form handling? No, probably not. Let's find out. I don't see it up there. I don't like bringing in dependencies if I don't have to. But that's not the problem. The problem is my own decisions, and doing the thing I want to do is tricky. Because for this, the property to modify could be an attribute, or it could be a skill. And that's broken because we rolled back. So it needs to look through and figure out which one it is. We haven't encoded that in the config file, and I'm not sure that I want to. I would rather not pull in a dependency because I don't think it's going to solve this problem. This problem is of my own making. Because either I need to have two different fields or make this a object, and then the server needs to also speak that language. Catch updates and form bill of handlers related props. Hmm. Um. Have internal represent. That's not. I don't think that's. Unless I'm misunderstanding, that's not. That's not going to do anything for me. For this problem. Um. What I'll need to do is okay. So, um, well, I can't do this because the you're managing the state by hand with on change form bill handles that. We're converting to use the default form save stuff is what we're doing. Because we still need to have the list built of this guy. It's the second box that is the tricky part. This one is fine and dandy and works great. Easy peasy. We just need to wrap you in. We need to go to the right place here. We need to wrap you in a form field type thing. Actually, this one doesn't need to be wrapped at all. This one is just visual feedback. This is the one that needs to be wrapped in a form field. My forms look much simpler than this. Well, I'm doing things that... No, I'm good. So part of this is I'm learning, right? I'm not a front end guy. I'm learning. But also, this isn't just a form. We load the current state, and like I said, there's two different objects at play here. And I just need to think through how I want to handle this. We have you. We don't need you, though. I don't think. I think... Yeah. Let's make sure nothing's getting cached there. Or not rebuilt. Yeah, we can let that manage its own. Obviously, skills is still broken because it's returning null to us. But that part, we don't need to worry about. So we can actually, we'll eventually get rid of him completely. That's the modifier. Okay, so what I'm thinking is... not duration. We need to be back up here in our property to modify. We take that out of there. Initial selection is resolve category, which is where we figure out if we have that. This returns us a modifier option, which is none attributes or skills, right? That's why that all works correctly. That's been switched over. We make sure we do that. Property modifier ID. We return there, otherwise it's none. That's all good. Take that out of there because we're going to get rid of that, I think, hopefully. Okay, yeah. So here we can also set property to modify controller. That's what I was thinking yesterday, I think. Resolve category. Probably not the best name, but we're going to go with it for now. This makes oh, what did I just call you? Property to modify controller. This becomes widget. We're in skill, so it becomes skill controller. Otherwise, if it is a attribute, we set it to attribute controller. And then this becomes null. So we need to make you nullable up here. That's fine. Which also, I think, means we don't need to make you late. Okay, so there's that. This should all still function normally. And because we do need to collapse these so I can scroll better. Hang on 1 second. Let's see. My form does the same thing. Loads the form thing from DB, displays your heading, has save heading. I mean, that's cool, but like, I don't think you're understanding the problem. It's not a form problem. That's the thing. A lot of this has to do with just the layout. The form itself is not horrendously complicated, and it's getting less complicated as we move to the form save stuff. Okay, so property to modify. Because we resolve category, every time it gets built, it should do that, I think. Unless I'm mistaken. We have our modifiables menu entries, so that's the 3 things that we build. On selected, we don't need this. Well, no, we do need this. This needs to be the thing that we set up here. We need to have a list of drop down menu option. This actually needs to be not resolve category. And not set modifier menu. This, I think, needs to go away. we're going to switch. We'll just do build modifier list. This is going to take, it's going to say if this is null, we just return. There's nothing there. Otherwise, and I think this had some of it. Oh, we might still need this because we have to build two different. You have to know what we're building. We have the modifier option, but we might be able to switch on the controller. And if you are a skill controller, so we can clean up some of this stuff. And we had modifier menu. I don't want that. I want to store the list of drop-down menu in trees. We're going to run into type issues, though. My coffee's broken. We're going to have type issues. In storing the drop-down menu list. Maybe I can generic it, though. And we're going to call this property options. Yeah. And that'll be a late. It's not going to let me do a generic here, though. But maybe that's okay. So we can do the same thing here. Initial selection will be a different creature. This I think still works. Can't do that. I need to do property options. not that, but this. We map you. Can I do this? I'm not sure. This dynamic can be assigned. But I can do that, right? Items can't be null. Or no, sorry, this can't be null. I guess this would have to be dynamic, right? How do I put those in there? Because we won't know what it is. It could be one of two things. It could be a skill or it could be an attribute. Here, take a look. I think YouTube blocks links by default. I haven't gone looking for the thing. But also, I'm good. I want to figure this out. I don't want to get sidetracked. The so we can still do this. This is still my attribute, which we should probably rename you to be like property. And then the label, property name, except for I don't think we have we would have to do like a base class for these guys to make them an interface. Which is why we were doing this. Oh, I guess it is config object. Okay. Hang on. I did do that already. Import you, please. So then we know it has a name. And we can actually give this a correct type because it is a config object. It'll be one of them. Except for meow, it's because this. Unnecessary cast, okay. It'll figure it out now that we've given the things types. No problem, just think you're overcomplicating. I mean, I may be. But I'm learning things. And also, I still think you're failing to understand the actual problem that's happening here. The thing I'm trying for is the thing that's causing the problem. Okay, and it's only really a UI problem. Okay. Are you? No. Because I'm not using that yet. Duh. Okay, build modifier list. So here, instead of this, we have another drop-down menu. It has config objects inside of its selectable dealios here. Drop-down menu entries is going to be property options, right? Theory? Oop. Let's rebuild that because it won't have built with all the bits and pieces. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? Status effects, new. Property options has not been initialized. Oh, because when it first builds, this will be null. This needs to be only if our property options aren't null. Oh, that can't be null? What? Oh, right. Is not empty, because it'll be an empty on creation. Still hasn't been initialized, though. Interesting. Why don't you get initialized? Oh, because nothing calls you. Derp. Okay, so we set modifier menu, and then we need to build modifier list. That's why, I bet. Wait, yes, it does. But it should be getting assigned here. Ah, it's because... not that. I need to make it an empty list either here or there. That's I didn't assign it in that code path is the problem, I think. We don't need that. Just be an empty list for me, and then I don't even need to make you late. And then I don't need list because that's the default value. Yeah, I could, but like, why make it late if you don't need to? Is my thinking. Perhaps silly. Okay. You're not appearing. Build modifier list. You get set. Oh, wait. I need to call resolve category there, not. Because I'm changing things. Let's do that. Still not showing, though. Resolve category, and then build modifier list. Resolve category should set property to modify controller. Well, resolve category got called there too. So I shouldn't even need it here theoretically, right? Let's test that theory with a debug. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding the order of operations here. Okay, we come in here. Build modifier list is null. Okay. Now I'm in resolve category. That's correct. I figure out that it's an attribute. I set all the stuff and I should come back. I don't come back to modifier list. Okay. That's okay. So let's put that back in. So when I come in here, initial selection, oh. That's also a problem. It was in the wrong spot. Let's rerun that. You didn't like completely rerun though. Let's do that way. Initial selection will be a different thing that we need to take care of. But, okay, so we come in. We're in resolve category. Perfect. Now we're in build modifier list. And our property to modify controller has been set to attribute controller. So we go through. And our property options are 0. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I'm dumb. I only did skill controller. I am dumb. But this doesn't need to be in the switch any. Okay. I went and made everything all lovely and generic and then left the switch in that I was kind of just noodling on. I meant to do a debug there, but that's okay. Okay. You're not set, but that is correct. Let me... and it won't be set because we didn't set the initial selection yet. So that's fine. We just make sure strength, agility, endurance, and mind. And it's set to attributes, which should be the correct list. Changing it doesn't rebuild it yet. We need to fix that too, but that's okay. Okay, so we've got that. We need to also fix the theming. We'll get there. So our resolve category we need to have selected modifier option in here instead of resolve category, I think is what it was. Like that, right? And now attributes comes in, I think. Let's just make sure that it wasn't a fluke. Yes, okay, perfect. That part squared away. the list there. In here, when we do our onSelected, couple things needs to happen. That, I think, can still stay. That can still say. We also need to call build modifier list here again, I believe. That's the same list, though. Property options. Let's go to debug again. We only want to see when it's hitting the modifier list. Okay, it hit it there because we loaded. That makes sense. Uh-oh. Oh, because I resized, or tried to. It's going to hit it again because it's in the build. Which might be a problem. Okay. Just want to know if, when I go to skills, you do get hit, and then my property to modify controller is still attribute controller. Because I didn't set state in here, I think. Oop. We're going to change that up, but that's okay. Clicked on build again instead of debug. That's okay. Okay, that's still not getting changed. We're still in build modifier list. So we're going to hit it here. We hit it here. Property to modify controller. Still attribute controller. Should be skill controller. Why aren't you getting changed? We set you to skills. We set the property modify controller. You're in build still, right? Yeah. And in here. And we set state, so we actually shouldn't need it in here. Oh wait, did I called build modifier list. I didn't call resolve category. Resolve category. Okay. And I don't need state here because I set it in the parent. Now, I think I have to call both, don't I? I want to do it this way. Okay, resolve category, yes. Build property modifier, yes. Resolve category. Build modifier list. Strength adjust. Okay, so still. I clicked too many times. Back to skills. Oh. Crap. It's because we. Okay. It's because I'm still based on the widget, which has. Or the widget effect, which hasn't changed. Duh. Think here. I don't need to call this. This is kind of leftover. It needs to get refactored, but we need to change this property up here instead of calling resolve category again. Select the modifier option is that. Which I don't think we actually need. Because we set that in the UI, I don't think we actually need to change that. In order to get this UI to update. Yeah, that'll take care of itself. We just need to change property to modify controller. So we can switch here on option. Say case if it's a skill or if it's an attribute or a default. Selected, not that. Property to modify controller needs to be set here. This becomes skill controller. Attribute controller. We null it. There we go. Okay. And then do I still need to call? Resolve category is going to be a problem if we do that, though. We need to do that like on a init. Because it's going to override. This is going to get called because we're going to build again, I believe. Let's make sure that I'm correct. So we get called in the first place, yes. That gets called again. And then if I come back up, yeah, you get called again because we do rebuild. Okay. So this needs to be in my on init. And I think I did have an init state before. I don't need that though. I need this after the fact. And I don't think I need to set state here, do I? Maybe. Yep, wrong one. That one. Okay, so I hit resolve category, hit build modifier. Ooh, it didn't fill in though. Attributes is correct now. We're not hitting resolve category again. Or not, build modifier list again. When we hit it in the first, okay, we hit both because it's on the knit. You don't get set. I do think I need set state then. Which might be a problem. Maybe. Let me stop and restart just to be sure I understand what's going on here. Okay, we hit them both on an it, yes. And we update the state so it does get populated. Okay. So we have our attributes in there. But then when we switch, we don't get you. Did I forget to put you? You should be in set state, I believe. You're in set state. Oh, but we took, okay, yeah, we took you out of there. So we do that and then build modifier list so that we get everything reset. Stop and restart just so we have a clean run through here. Okay. We hit them both on init. I come in, I set skills. Now we hit build modifier list again. The property option, property modify controller rather, is skill controller, which should result. There we go. Okay. Resetting, that's a different monitor. We'll fix that up too. Let's get the selecting working though, or the initial selection working though. So resolve initial selection. I guess we can do this, right? Because we do have that base class. So we get that. Oh yeah, I don't need that because I've just specified it. Okay. If you're not being used, you're the old. We've replaced you with a much simpler function. Okay. Select modifier option is there. Down here in my this one, initial selection, resolve initial selection. Controller is not that. Property to modify controller. No? Ah, you can't be null. Not if we're here. So, let's restart that. Okay, so agility is selected. That should be correct. And if I switch to skills, it doesn't clear that out yet. Because when I switch over, it'll be nothing, but we don't have that as a selection. So it's not going to get updated. So we're back to where we were, but with less code that's more managed by the parent. So it's progress. This also, I don't think needs to have a return value. Just while we're here, it can just set things. So that immediately works. Oop. You need to fix that though. We'll get there. We'll handle that case. Ooh, that doesn't work. Okay. Oh, it does need to return because we used you. We just need to go back to using initial selection is selected modifier. Well, that should be called. That should be correct. Selected modifier option gets set. Solve category, build modifier list, solve category. Selected modifier option. That's in set state. Why don't you get it? And why did... I'm not crazy, right? This just worked a second ago when we were still returning. That didn't work. Something still hanging on to you, perhaps? Well, you're getting set at least. Whereas as soon as I take you out, take out the return, huh? Am I overlooking someplace where we use you? Um, Selected modifier option. Should start as null, but then get changed as soon as we resolve category. And as soon as I make you return again, then you work. That's deeply, deeply confusing. And then our second field has stopped working. One that must have something to do. It's on selected. That shouldn't. I mean, we could just go back to using resolve category. Well, no, we can't. That only gets run on the first instance. I don't understand that. That's not being used. Let's debug. Take you back out again just for curiosity's sake here. You go back to void. Put our breakpoints back there. Nice facts. We hit you on the load. Just double check my sanity here. So we should have set the property to modify controller. We didn't. Why not? Reload that. Okay, we click, takes us into resolve category. And we're going to take a look at the widget, effect, property to modify ID. It does exist. check the skill controller. Oh, it's because I'm dumb. We don't need to return there. We needed to return still. Duh. Otherwise it gets overwritten. What an idiot. Did I not? Just regular menu? Okay. So our attributes get filled in. That doesn't set our modifier list though. So let's go ahead and go back to figuring out what's up with that. It's because that's gone away now. Status effect. Click on you. Whoop. Not what I meant to do. Meant to grab you. Okay. So this should be our initial load. We should have our property modified controller. You need a border so that you're easier to grab. Is null. Oh, because we took you out of here. You do need to be set in here for the initial load. This one is the skill controller. Attribute controller. Because we moved that to init. It'll only get called once. It'll be fine. You're back? Well, welcome back. Not only are you back, but your little talkie face has got glasses now. Okay. Now, we get filled in. We need to fix that only. Okay. Back on track. So, when we set you build modifier list. Oh, nope, you're still inside of set state. But we need to handle not having the thing. So in here, yes, I have two and it's fun to change them mid-conversation. Nice. Yep, there you go. You take your glasses off. Okay. So. I need coffee. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to make coffee. I'll be right back. That's what's going to happen. And then we're going to figure out how to get a none selection option. And I think we can just add one in here. Hopefully, it'll be okay because they're our config object. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see if it works. Be right back. There we go. Now we just need to give that a minute to become drinkable, not hot lava. Okay. So, building our list. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we have a empty object defined. That's my modifier options. I think maybe... Can I make you a const? Call you empty selection. Empty parameter. Drop down menu entry. The value is a config option. Well, actually, it can be null, I think. I hope. Oop. Null. Label. None, right? And you want to be lower camel case. Okay, then. Fine, be that way. Okay, so now, when I build my list, I can say... Property options is... I don't need the modifier option config object. That's what I need. Of empty parameter. Is that what I called you? Modifier option. Oh, because... Okay, yeah. Let's call you... empty drop-down option. So drop-down menu entry. This is not modifier option, but drop-down menu entry of config object. Drop-down menu entry null can't be assigned. Okay. So I do need to give you... Unless... Well, no, because then you'd be nullable and they're not. And I can't just do a config object because it's a base class, right? Abstract classes can't be instantiated. How do I want to do this? What if you're nullable? Hang on a sec. Let me put that back really quick too. Put you back to null. And then we'll make the this nullable. Is that a stupid idea? Maybe. Drop down menu entries is property options. We'll say that you're a nullable there. And then you also are nullable. Is that incredibly dumb? Possibly. Quite possibly. Let's reload just to make sure we get everything nice and fresh. Okay, agility comes in. That doesn't clear, though. Because I'm dumb and I forgot to add all the stuff we build. Okay. So if I change the skills, it goes to none. And I can select. Excellent. And if I reset, I haven't done that yet. Okay. But if you're set, then I go back, then it goes back to agility. Okay, okay. So we need to handle null here. And do I... Because I don't need to worry about doing this anywhere else, I don't think. I think I'm just going to put it here. That way it stays in its home. Add a none option for no selection. Because we can use that to clear it as well. If you're trying to delete it. All right. The null. The null happens in resolve category. No, because that's none. It's because we made this... No, we checked null there. Okay, where do you happen? We gotta find out the hard way. Edit panel, 359. Property modify controller. Ah. Right. Initial selection. I guess we can just make you nullable. That's not a problem. And we just return null. There's no selection. Makes sense to me, I think. So now if I go back to none, everything happy. Okay. That's good. And we have cleaned up a lot of code there, which is fantastic. We need to tidy up. Let's see here. We need to make this the same theme here. Drop down menu. Don't know why my theme is at the bottom in this one. Let's put you up top. Just easier to read. Okay, everything pretty. This should actually be single, not plural. Okay. I need to make this... Oh, I guess... It's probably fine. We'll see if it becomes a problem. If it annoys me in the future, we'll change it. I believe there's a way to disable editing that, but it's also for searching, I think, by default, just with the... Yeah. So we'll leave that in, unless it becomes a problem. So we need to handle both on change and then on reset. In the correct way in here. Unselected is fine there. Let's get... We have to wrap you in a form field, though. What type would you actually be? Form field state. State. Turn there. Like that, right? Yes. Okay. Because you don't really have a state. Or a form. You're not really a field. You're a field in the sense that you exist in the UI. And that you need to do things specifically on a reset. You need to just reload the initial stuff. So like on reset, we come in here and we do the resolve category like so. Basically, we do the same thing we do in a init, I think, is the answer I'm looking for here. I don't think we do anything on save. Well, it'd be on change. So we could... was it the current state save? Could do that. I don't know if it's gonna matter. So if I do that, that didn't work. Why didn't that trigger on reset? I bet we have to set state on reset to get it to reset. No? Resolve category. Should trigger all that. Let's do this really quick first. This is a string. Well, is it a string or is it a UUID value? Because we use the config object inside of U. It's going to be a UUID value. Like so. Builder form field state. And maybe that's part of why the other one isn't resetting. We'll have to find out here in a second. So we do that. You return. Get back there. And then before my null here, but not before that, semicolon, we do that. Oops, I forgot to give you your name. That's important. And then on the reset for this one, probably still set state in theory. And then we call build modifier list, right? I think. And then let's make sure we get everything all nice and fresh and clean. Come in here, and if I change this, that gets reverted. This doesn't. Okay, so we need to figure that out. And if I was to come back in, let's clear it again just to make sure. If I set you to something else. Oh, that doesn't reset that either. Huh. So can I just make you... Is this a valid type for the field? What are you? Config object. There we go. Form field state. Drop down menu. Fig. It's a real ugly type, but let's just make sure we get a nice fresh build again. And then skill. That rolled back, but this didn't. On reset, set state, build modifier list. Do I need to set state? Hang on. I didn't have to... I didn't have to do anything there because that's default. It was in the text checkboxes, rather. On reset, I just set that. I didn't have to call set state. Is that part of my problem? Let's find out. It may be that it's already setting state and then I'm conflicting or something. Doing something silly. Okay, okay. Let's see. If I change you and roll back, that doesn't do it, but it's weird that that works. But the first field doesn't on that. Let's see if the internet has ideas for us on that for resetting the drop down value. let's see here. 2 drop downs, just state cities. Choose a state. I'm X set the value of cities for the states. Okay, so they're doing a dual drop down too, which is a deceptively difficult task, as we're learning today. You declare a current city. Is that specific to this implementation? Way to valid value in current city and items, drop down menu city. He's got a different error too. This isn't quite what we want, I don't think. On reset, resolve category. Sets that. But does not. Okay, let's jump into debug. So, this should fire the first time when we first load. And then, in theory, after we hit refresh. Or reset, rather. So, boop, it fires. Perfect. We expect that. If I change you, that one should not fire. We should be using the other one. Just building the list. This does fire. Okay. So. Widget effect. Property to modify ID is still not null. It's still a UUID value. Correct. Comes in here. Doesn't find it in skills. Comes in here. Finds it in attributes. Sets the attribute controller to property to modify controller. Perfect. And then we return. And then I'm off into Dart framework stuff here. Step up, step up. Okay, this is just framework stuff. So as far as I can tell, it's just not updating the widget. And setting state in there didn't fix it. Is there... Can I call set state on the form itself? I probably don't need to, but or I shouldn't need to, I wouldn't think. But obviously it's not triggering it to rebuild this widget. Clicked on the wrong thing, because stuck in Mapland in my head still. It's like I need to re-trigger the selected... update drop down menu selected. I think that's exactly what I need to do. I bet you initial selection doesn't get recalled as part of that because it's not recreating this widget, it's just changing the properties. Drop down menu. Value used for initial selection. Restoration ID. To save and restore the state of the text field. Well, there's an interesting thought. But there's not like a reset without, you know, maybe manually driving it, which is what we were doing before. I'd like to not. That's not relevant. Update initial selection, let's say. Let's see here. This person again wrote their own, which we shouldn't need to do. Let's see here. This is close. And then entries are updated, but technically entries haven't been updated. Is it sufficient to... That's a static final, though. We would have to rebuild those in some way, shape, or form, I think, as part of this if we wanted to do that. I think. But I don't know if that would actually trigger that because they wouldn't actually change. I just want to change the selection. I want to update it back to the initial selection. Actually, let me double check something here. So if we come in here and I switch to skill and I get acrobatics, let's just say, and I reset. Yeah, it's got the list of attributes, so it's just the text. Deeply frustrating. Form field. Giving it the drop-down menu didn't help. Oh, you know what? We put it on that. We didn't put it up here. And maybe, just maybe, that's the missing piece of the puzzle. We'd like to understand that a little better. We build so we get a nice fresh copy here. So we get our deal, we go there. Doesn't reset still. Damn it. Fixes this correctly. It's just the text. And if we make this a modifier option, I don't think that's correct either. But maybe. Make sure we have a nice fresh copy here. Go back down to hello, skill. Set something. refresh, still pulls us back to that list correctly, not this one. Selected modifier option. On reset, resolve category should change selected modifier option. And obviously does, because build modifier list gets it correct. Well, I guess it gets this part correct. We don't actually know. Okay. Let's debug in here and just make sure that I'm correct in that assumption. It is indeed an assumption. SFX, we should get it on the first load. That's fine. Come in here. Gonna get it there again because we changed. That's fine. We change you, whatever. Boom. Come in here. So. Selected modifier option is attributes. So that is correct. So we come in here, we poll. That's why this part works. And that's the end of that call. And I can't do... Can use state in here instead of the whole form state thing, I believe. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm in debug still. Yeah, it's my fault. Let's see here. Flutter form rebuild widget on reset. Because if I force you to rebuild in some way, shape, or form, then that would get me where I want to be, I think. It's on reset. Field.reset. Field did change. Ooh, okay. On change will be called for the form field. This does have an initial value. Am I allowed? Can't just do that. If I say this field is a config object and not a drop-down menu config object, hang on, before we do this one, let's make sure that it just doesn't need that help. Just in case. That was the magic sauce for it to pick up on the change. Okay, skill, exception, sure, why not? Doesn't roll that back. Okay. Form field initial value. Can I get... can't get that, the initial value there to use in here. I don't think this is going to work, but let's try it just to be sure. So if we set the initial value to whatever it was, then maybe it'll pull us back. If not, we'll probably just grab the text controller. Maybe. Yeah, still no. Oh, I put that in the wrong one again. Dang it. This is a modifier option. On reset, resolve category. Initial value. Take you out of there. Config object can't be assigned parameter type modifier option. Because this should be resolve category gets called, but that doesn't. I really brain farted that one. Selected modifier option. Because we already did the work to get it. Pull you back. Huh. Okay. And I did call... Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, I did call save, yeah. Save that when we change the form. Selected modifier option. Oh. on selected, we set that. This is old. Property modify controller gets set. We didn't set. Actually, we can do that outside. That can just equal option directly. And now, skill goes to none. There we go. That was the piece I was missing. Okay. Perfect. Once again, I am my own worst enemy. But that's all right. We learned a thing. For sure. To look at in the future. Okay. Yeah. Next. When we do on reset, we do that, but on the changed, we need to make sure we didn't do anything on change here. Okay. It's on selected though, not change. This optional value, right? Yes. So config object. Right? So we say selected modifier. We don't have this yet, I don't think. Modifier option is that. Property options is tracked there. Property modify controller. Yeah, we don't yet have so we need a UUID value. Property to modify ID starts as widget dot effect dot property to modify ID. But this could be null, so you need to also be nullable. And then you're a late because we need to access the widget. Okay. So down here, when we select a thing, property to modify ID is equal to config UUID, which can't be null. Oh wait, no, it could, if config is not null, then we do that. And that, yeah, that's redundant, but, you know, Dart. Else, so if it is null, actually, we can just do this directly, because it's nullable. Duh. And we let the formatting and all that in the controller handle it. Oh, we're there. Except for, okay, no, I lied. Because this won't null it if we do select none. So we do need to do this manually, basically. So if you're not null, we do that. Otherwise, we need to just explicitly null you, like so. Okay, that's better. And then we have things up here we're not using, right? property to modify ID because we haven't done it yet. Okay. That's fine. Okay, that fixes our... Let's just make sure we didn't break anything. But that should fix our drop-down selection boxes part. And they should be much better now. Skill, acrobatics, change you back. If you're none, you're none. Ew, that's still a thing though. So if we make that none, we need to button that up. So we do that in this. If property to modifier controller is none. Actually, I think we just do this first so that we always clear and have our none in there. None has none. Change you again. You have that. Change you again. You got that. And none is none is none. There we go. Okay. Easier than I thought it was going to be for a second there. So, you next on to modifier, and I think we actually have... No, you're a thing. You exist. Where was it that we had a bug in there? Damage per tick is the one that's broken. So we'll have to fix that one, but we'll get there when we get there. We're going to start with the modifier, which is only relevant in things that have a property to modify set. Right? No, we do just have a toggle field. Okay. That's okay. And I believe effect modifier is not, no. Why did I do this? Hang on, I did have another. Oh, because, right, the delete button and then the add button. We need to swap them out. Yes, that's fine. So it just needs to go around, I think. It just needs to go around this. Builder, form, field, state, int, state, turn, a number picker, missing one of those, and then at the end of my number picker, semicolon u, like so, restore my missing sized box and row, not row, just sized box. Except I'm missing, that's you, that's you, that's the sized box. We're missing I swear this thing inserts closing braces in the weirdest places. I should go figure out how to turn that off for Dart because it doesn't work very well. So no modifier. We have this. We have the set state on change, which needs to get changed. We need to say we need to track this in our own deal since we're not going to have this copy around anymore. And we don't want to modify this until wait, we shouldn't need that. Right? We should be able to let the form state manage that. Modifier. Effect has no modifier. Form field int. But then how would I pull you out later? Hang on. Confused myself now. I thought I knew what I was doing. So for a text, we save the current state in. And this should actually just be state because we... No? Oh, because, yeah, we're using a form... text form field. So we need a form key current state save when we change you. I think we only get them for free, the restore, if we do that. Ugh. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Let's still do this. We should actually put this in here instead of out of there. We do that, but number picker. We need to have a value for you. Fortunately, that'll make things a little bit nicer. You're nullable. Because you might not have one. So up here, this, instead of being driven off of the widget now, it's duration. Here's the value. This needs to be switched to that. Modifier value, there we are. This also, before we forget. Oop. Modifier value. This and this both need to modify that instead of the widget itself. Tape goop from my... Need to fix that keyboard foot. Oh, the things I keep forgetting to do. And then this needs to be driven off of that value. modifier value, because you are stateless. On change just gives me a value, and it just oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. It should just increase it or decrease it by step, right? Plus step size. Yeah, minus step size. Okay. So we do u equal value, save the state. If unsaved changes is not set, we set it. And then down here on reset, we say that modifier value is equal to widget effect, pardon me, modifier okay. Effect duration is going to be a little bit more tricky because well, you're a text form field, so we can actually use you. That's fine. Input formatters, that's cool. Decoration, that's cool. Controller. Is duration controller. So I think so in our save, when we first tested this out, we need to get the text out of the controllers. So we're going to have to do the same thing here. Duration controller. Ugh, gosh. So on changed should give us that, but we don't need to worry about it. So it's a form, text form, so we just need to save the current state and do this and let it take care of itself. I don't know that doing this really gains us that much, all things considered. That needs to be that. This needs to be that. Got one extra. No, didn't. Just needed an extra comma. And then our on reset. Oops, did I go too far? It's on changed. Should be in here still. On reset is not defined. Oh, right, because it takes care of itself. In theory. Let's make sure. We get rid of our big ugly on reset, I guess. That's nice. So if I did that, Oops, I changed the wrong one. Ooh, you reset, but you don't keep your formatting. Duration. When we set you initially, we have a helper for this. Duration to string. That's what it is. We built that for exactly this purpose. So, how do I tell you? To do that on a reset. Or is there just like a generic formatter that can run you through? Because you have an input formatter. That tells you what you're allowed to have. Initial value. I guess I maybe could say that. Duration to string. The widget effect. Well, yeah. Effect. Duration. And you can't be null here because we're in here. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it's because I gave it a controller. You can't do that if you're going to do initial value. But how am I going to get my value out of there? That does return that. How do I get my value out of there afterwards, though? I can't do that. But I've given you an initial value by virtue of doing a controller and setting the value in that. So why don't you return to that when I reset? Duration controller, duration to string. It's that. Back to duration. Reset that completely real quick. You have a duration already, so interesting. That's getting mangled. That is absolutely not the starting. That's weird. Is it because of this somehow? Oh. Setting state. Why is setting state changing that to the current value? Init state does that. We don't have anything in build that would do that. Do we? That's very confusing. Okay, is there a better way to retrieve the value of a text field? That tells me, yeah, to create the controller. Maybe we don't need this. That did seem a little weird to me. Still don't see why that would change this if we set that state. Let's find out. Let's restart that. You have that specified. That's not even a valid. That's getting mangled by that. Even though there shouldn't be anything still in there doing that on set state. Interesting. You have it on dispose still. That's fine. Init state only does these guys. On save changes is whatever we set it to. This might be triggering a build, maybe. Let's find out for curiosity's sake. Because it's watching that context. Oh. Still takes the junk. Just the first character, though. Interesting. We could maybe... Why doesn't that happen for... Oh, it does. Does happen for that. Why? That shouldn't be. What if we did... If we take these out? It's curious to me that we would need to save the state in on a change. And that came from the docs. I've clicked on the wrong thing because I'm still stuck in map editor land in my muscle memory apparently. Still grabs the first one. That is so strange. Let's take it out of just the first one here entirely. Game controller. Let's take all of it out. There we go. So unchanged gets nuked. Let's make sure we have a fresh build here. So that doesn't do it, but my reset here, we need to clear that out. Hitting reset on the form also triggers a change, so there's that. Now, let's make sure this is current. So if I change the name, that doesn't keep. That does, because that has the set state in there still. Can I drive this unsaved changes warning on? Can't. There's a request for it. That's still open. Is there a... Okay, hang on. Let's put this back really quick. Is there, for the form itself, on pop invoked, on change? There is an on change for the form itself. That'll help. Reduce repetitive code at the very least. Is it going to eliminate our troubles, though? I doubt it. It doesn't. So I don't need this anymore, basically, which is nice. But we still got to track down why. I wonder if it's because we declare them at the top. That shouldn't be the case. Let's get rid of these guys while we're here real quick. This we need to leave that part. It doesn't need the rest of it, I don't think. That one could go away. I think I left behind a, yep, one too many. There we go. That's going to need that once we get around to converting it. So then we got this one at the top. We've got U, which is the checkbox. That's fine. And U, same deal. And U, same deal. Okay, so 3 checkboxes need on change still. That's fine. Let's do this. As a test, we'll just do the name. Take you out. So you're just a plain old init. And then in our init state, probably before the frame callback business, we say name controller text equals that. Was there a different... There's a value. Copy with text is that, so that we don't change the highlighting stuff. we just changed the text value. So then we come in here and put in some junk, and it still saves that. Huh. Why the hell would that be? Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick and stretch my legs because I've got some butt-itis. And then we'll figure out, we'll have to go through the docs a little bit more on these text controllers, maybe? Maybe there's something there. Not certain. Anyway, be right back. All right. Now, let's go take a look. Let's see if we can actually find anybody talking about Flutter settings state modifies text controller. About that. Text editing controller versus unchanged. That's just asking why. Set state breaks form field. Let's just say. Yeah, no, this, I don't think this is quite. This guy is getting it, resetting everything for him, so he's done something else wrong. That's for other things. Form field state. That could be it, I suppose. Text form field. Well, no, because we just use the default. So there, I did encounter another. Somebody's saying use key in the form, but then I would have to give everything a key, and I don't think I want to do that unless I really, really have to. Let's see, set state adds characters. Now, modifies form state. Oh, I bet you that's what's happening. Set state happens. The form default. The form initial value is getting overwritten, I bet. With whatever happens when we hit set state. So we need a better way to handle that. how can we test to verify that theory? We would have to be able to... Yeah. This doesn't set state, though. Need a second. That doesn't set state. What is setting state? I guess it's just the form state itself getting changed. Or it's because build is getting recalled because this gets changed. Let's find out. So we do building. It building. That makes sense. It does rebuild when we change that. But none of that should change. So if I add a character, it rebuilds only the first time. I hit refresh, the first time it builds. Okay. It shouldn't be reinit. That shouldn't happen, right? Yeah, that does not happen. So why does the first character get changed? It would have to be in the text form field itself, right? In theory. Controller unchanged. We don't pass in. We let the form field worry about that. Well, I guess it could be in... Field did change on changed call. Could be in the form itself, I suppose. Because if it gets rebuilt once... Why would it rebuild once? Hang on a second. So if in here... if we did that really quick, just for a test, would it still fire? Okay. Let's clear that. Okay, it does still fire there. And then I reset, it comes back, it does build again, which I reset, so makes sense. That build needs to not be. And if I don't trigger a set state, this shouldn't actually show me the unsaved changes. And it doesn't. But resetting works. Damn it. So... having this refire is a problem. Out of curiosity, let's say instead of doing that, have to pass out now. Good luck with your stuff, Flutter State Adventure. Have a good one, man. I hope your progress on your build went well. We'll catch you some other time. So if I don't change this state, what if I just change the app state? If I only do this, we set you to true. And we'll get that commented out. We'll get that commented out and that commented out. Which it's just a mess, but that's fine. So if I only mess with the app state, what happens? App state being above this widget. I took my build out of there. That's fine. We still have the problem. If I do this in init, I think I have a problem. Yeah, because of the whatchamacallit. It's basically init state isn't done. Don't want to take that out. I want to take there's another something like that. No, it's on dependency update. I don't remember what it is. There's another way you can put that in there, but what if well, we're not supposed to check for whether or not this has been initialized. It's one of the no-nos of using provider. specifically call it out. Oh, I deleted the wrong line. That's what I did. I mean, the simple answer is just to drive our reset manually, if we even can. But that seems silly. Is it because I'm in a scaffold? I doubt it. But well, then I'd have to do something different. Because these buttons live down there. I don't think that's going to fix my problem, though. And my user feedback kind of depends on that being a thing. Like, we could change it, but I just don't think it's going to fix my problem. We would have to like pull this out. Ugh. And I don't even have an on reset for this guy. So I would be left with doing like this, and then manually putting in you you that. And then what I could do is say, we still have the validator. You can be a text field then instead. Validator would get lifted up here. Wait. here. Is empty isn't defined for the type text. Oh, could be string. Right. And that would give me... Wrong button again. Statusfax. I forgot to do... name controller widget fact name. That would give me this as an option, but kind of sucks. We're kind of like undoing all the things we gained by switching to doing them more correct, or, you know, letting the form manage itself a little bit more. That only happens when we initialize, when we build this guy. The form key doesn't change. Form state is rebuilt when setting state. Bum 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 bum. This is not my problem. Maybe I'm doing provider wrong. Because if I can just drive it off this, that might help. And then only rebuild, theoretically, that little widget, right? Provider during init state. Context call provider of, so you can add post frame callback. Right. But if I do that, I think it's still going to complain at me. That I had to listen to a value exposed provider from outside the widget tree. Makes not a lot of sense to me. And it really makes me wonder if this scaffold isn't part of it. What if I did a stack, so we got our single child scroll view there, and then down here after the form, we don't have that, but we have form navbar, and we'll put you in a place in a second here. We need to make sure we close the children like that, okay? But still complaining about outside the tree. Let's just make 100% sure that it's going to complain about that. Okay, it does. I don't understand how that's outside the tree. So I should have context when I'm on my init here. I thought. Flutter provider. There was something in here I thought about. Reading a value. Listen to changes on that. Turns T without listening to it. Only a small part of it. But I'm still going to be changing. That's like the only thing in there. Let's see here. There was a... inside a init state. What can I do? Happens when you're trying to listen. Hey, what's up to you? Just working on this here form. Exception when obtaining providers inside init state. What can I do? Trying to listen to a provider from a lifecycle that will never ever be called again. Okay, that makes sense. Either should use another lifecycle build or explicitly specify that you do not care about updates. But I do care about updates. That's why they say to put it inside of build. Whenever it changes and only when it changes. Can do init state, print it once and ignore updates, right? Because it's read, not watch. But we want to watch because it's basically telling me exactly what I thought I was doing is correct. But if I wish to maybe put it in here, what if I provide you with this? Because this is the only place we use you, really. You're actually only here for clarity. I don't think this is going to change anything, though. I think it's still going to end up rebuilding when we change this guy. But let's find out. Okay, so that's all out of there now. You're only in there now. And we're going to take this out just to eliminate that. So we're only working with the app state object in the parent. Okay, we're gonna make sure we have a nice fresh build here. We've simplified things a little bit. And if I do that, it still keeps a couple things. Huh. Interesting that it grabbed the first couple the first time. But not always. Oh, never mind. It is always. It's a real pain in my ass, you know it? Like, if we have to go reset all of our fields manually, we kind of lose all of the benefits of what we were doing. We could eliminate some of this code in that we wouldn't need to initialize these guys. We could just let them manage their own, and then oh, we still need a way to grab them in the on save. Which we wouldn't have anymore. Hey, Darius. I don't know if that's a hi or a goodbye. I don't know why that rebuilds and the whole thing. It shouldn't. In theory, right? We could also try, just for the sake of testing, it is high. Gotcha. So we overflow, with whatever, you know, fine. For the sake of figuring out what's going on here. I'm okay with that. And if I do more... Oh, I'm not in my scroll. I would need to... I would need to not column you, but well, that doesn't scroll either, though. Just had a call with my professional coach. Gotcha. We can go back to stack. Monthly thing to have a reason to sum up everything I did in a month and have a conversation about it, right? Yeah. Career coach. Okay. Yeah. Seems like the correct answer would be to get it to stop rebuilding the whole widget when we change just that. That's what it seems like to me. if we didn't have anything listening to this, would it still rebuild? And the only thing listening to that should be this little fella down here with the unsaved changes. Where did you go? Do that, and then I'll do you. I wonder if it's because we listened to this guy. You use lens? Did you add in? I used the default, whatever comes with the Dart plugin. No, I didn't add any. I wonder if it's because we're checking this everywhere. Or a bunch of places. What if we just call you and let you do the checking? Does that still... And then this whole line can go away for testing purposes. We'll let you worry about yourself. Right? And then in here, that. Okay. So we've taken the local one out completely, I believe. Unless I'm mistaken. Okay. Get you in here. I'll change a thing. It still fires. Okay. I'd have to try completely taking this out. Just fine. And then you don't use that anymore. So this should for sure be only once, right? It's not going to be terribly useful, but... Oops, I just clicked a bunch of things. Okay. So that doesn't do it. I hit refresh, it builds. Builds twice still when I initially click it. But that's because it's going to change when I change the selected stuff. But that doesn't cause the form. There's no way for me to tell when the form itself is being rebuilt. Think you have our 100 files already in project? No idea. I don't really find lines of code or file count to be a metric that is in any way interesting to me. So I don't track them. But if I was to, like, let's just say, put in something there and then change this, which should trigger a build again, and then reset. Which makes me kind of start to wonder whether or not it might be related to having these things in here, because they are not just like default form widgets. Maybe the form doesn't know how to deal with them. So I guess the simplest way to eliminate that as a possible thing, name is the one we tried out modifying. So description is the one that's left. That's normal. So we'll take that. We'll leave him in place. And we'll comment out every other thing to reduce our form complexity to like the barest of bare minimums here. Believe that would be it. But clearly not. It's because I have commented out do you know that Flutter has unofficial support for other UI systems besides Material and Cupertino? I did not. But that's not my table row, and it'd be here. There we go. Okay. So that cuts us down to this. And that doesn't change. But also, let's put this back in. Go ahead and import, please. Thank you. We'll put this back. You need to come back in. Because I changed you while I was trying to understand what was going on. And then we need to put you back in as well. Unsaved changes needs to come back. Let's put you here for now. Late app state is an app state. Duh. Brain fart. Okay. So now, well, that just broke everything. App state has not been in it. Oh, it's because I didn't do that. Let's fix that. Okay, so that's like as simple as a form can really get. Let me make sure. So it builds twice because, of course, it does. We change things. Well, no, actually, we didn't change anything in that case. Is it because we're watching, maybe? Because we've taken all of the complicated widgets out. So I'm not sure why it's building twice now. But it does build again when I start typing. Which is presumably because this gets called still. Let's find out. Let's see. Are the ones that would render Flutter UI in terminal, which is funny. Oh, okay, gotcha. Various Windows themes. Huh, interesting. All right, so we'll clear that. So it's related to that on change call. That's really frustrating. Let's unmangle this thing with stuff. We might just have to drive our resets ourselves in order to get all of the functionality that we want out of these things. Bump, 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 bump. You, and then you. And then I still need to put you back in. App state, late, app state. What? There we go. Okay. So that gets us back to functional at the very least. We would need to put you back to this. You was a scaffold. This was a body, which is not a list. It's just a scroll view. I didn't go back far enough. My own fault. This is the bottom navigation bar, right? I think. And then we take out that, so it's back to the regular scaffold. I'll have to think about what I want to do about that. Because we gained some things for sure. But I don't know if I want to put all the resets back in all of the individual fields. Probably is the answer. We used to do it all in a function that was just to help her to clear everything. It was kind of nice to have it all in one place. It's probably fine to put them in the fields. It's probably the more correct way. We'll just have to manually drive the reset behavior, and because text form field doesn't expose them, we'll just have to wrap them in form field, give them a text field. It kind of sucks, right? I'm gonna call it there for today, though. I need to go have some lunch. I'm starving. I'll have a think about that, and we'll figure out what we want to do. It was a productive day of exploring kind of the state and the form and figuring out more about how they really work, like working with them. So I'm not mad about it, but I'm a little bit annoyed. Just because it won't let me do what I want. I'm way happier with those drop-down boxes, the way they behave. Much, much happier. They're much simpler now, so that's really cool. But yeah, thank you to everybody who came to hang out. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new viewers. If you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending tomorrow. So come on back tomorrow around about 10 a.m. Central Time, and I'll be here doing more of it. I'd love to see you. If not, you guys